just going to be doing some more inking like we were doing yesterday. I'm not sure yet if the audio is all out of whack. Gonna have to wait till some people are in here, then we can find out. Alright, so we got our Pomodoros all set up. We're gonna be inking actually before I get to work here. We're working on this here. I did some inking off stream last night. So this is where we're at with the Trinity piece, and then after this we're going to ink one side of the Ninja Turtle print. So that should be pretty fun. And for those of you asking, the music, check out a channel here on YouTube called New Wave Retro. Awesome music. Okay. Let's do it. So I've done a little bit of rendering in here, but we're gonna go and maybe add a little bit more. Right now I'm just worried about putting in like the black areas first, making sure everything doesn't have just like a flat line on it. We're gonna warm up over here. Some of this debris. Sorry, I got like this. What's that? Oh, sorry. It's a new retro. I can't even say it. New retro wave. Let me just. Yeah, new retro wave. It'll look like something out of the 70s or the 80s, right when you see their like their logo and stuff. I'm doing good. How about you? Okay, sorry about that. There was a little hiccup. Good. I'm glad you're doing good. So just warming up on some rocks. Break that rust out. It's good. We're almost getting to like the coloring stage here on these prints, which is good. I think I'm ahead of deadline on them, or I don't know. I'll have to double check, or I might be on track. I don't know. But it's good to be good getting towards the end of these things here. Get more time to focus on like some Jessup King. Moose, if you don't mind, how's the audio coming in? Is mine too low? Is the music too high? Usually got to run it by whoever the first person is in the room that's chatting. You're my line of defense. Okay, cool. Right on. Thank you. I think I'm gonna extend. Let's see what this looks. The reason why I'm extending this out here, as you can see, is because all of these like little, I don't know what they're called, little metal rivets that come out of like building debris and stuff. If you look, they're all going up, but they're getting cut off by pieces, so like it looks weird. So if I start moving some of it behind characters like this, it sort of makes it feel less weird. Not good to always have like objects hiding behind stuff. Not sure about Wonder Woman here or not. She kind of looks like she's maybe a little bit too cartoon. Not sure. I might try to take one more stab at her face before we move to color. I don't know. Not sure yet. I don't mind it, but at the same time, I think there's something there, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm sure it's fine. What's that, John? If you have time today, can you send me a message on Twitter? Remind me to sign up for Patreon. Yeah, no problem. I'll do that right now. Thanks again for being interested. What's your Twitter handle? Is it the Monochrome Moose? Oh, there it is, okay. I will favorite that. Where are you here, buddy? Send... Why can't I just... Oh shit, that's why. How can I send you a direct message? There we go, found it. Okay, there you go, sir. Should be all set up. So let me know if you didn't get it or whatever. And we'll figure it out. Thanks again. Oh, you did get... Okay, perfect. Perfect. There are credits out there. I want to see those. Hey, Carlos. How are you today? Actually, this doesn't make sense up here. Let's get rid of that. thought you were complimenting my good looks just based on my voice. Damn! I'll have to try harder. No, I'm doing excellent, man. Thank you. Had our coffee, still polishing that off there, and just doing some inking. Hard to have a bad day when that's all you're doing. Just started though. Just woke up. So we're gonna be working on this, and then Ninja Turtles after this. This one's almost done actually. There's a bunch of kids in the foreground, but I'm not going too crazy on the inks for that stuff. It's mostly just this here, like trying to break up these rocks, just to make them look a little more interesting. But I know this is going to get colored, so a lot of this you can just put texture and stuff on there. So I don't want to spend too much time, but I still want it to hold up on its own as inks, you know. We're just going to take a quick pass around to see if we can add any rendering and stuff to places. And actually, if you guys don't mind, I'm interested in finding this out. How did you guys find out that I was streaming? Was it right here on YouTube? Or you just happened to be on at the same time? Or did you see something on social media? And if it was social, I'm sure it's the video, but where are you coming from? Twitter, Facebook? Just good old YouTube. If I notice it right too, I think it's like a 20-second delay between what I say and what gets sent to you guys, which is weird. I gotta see if I can turn that off. I hate that. Twitter? Cool. Yeah, Twitter's something I need to get back using more of. Instagram, I like it. Hey Kevin, how's it going, buddy? Send it I think we got all the rocks. Let's zoom in here so you guys can kind of see. There's a lot going on here. It's pretty busy. But I want to have a lot of debris around these characters to show. Because I heard people say things like, you know, it looks like they're dancing. So I want to make sure that hopefully it doesn't look like they're dancing too hard. They're supposed to be holding up all this debris and stuff, so I figure if I add a lot of little rock chunks and stuff, not too much, but enough where it can show motion, like they're lifting it or holding up and it's like about to fall, kind of stuff like that. That's the goal anyway. And we did end up going with giving Batman the little smile. It does lighten the piece up, so that's good. Batman never smiles, so if you see him smile in front of people, it's probably helping him out. At least that's my thought process on him smiling. Hey, Potato. Hey, Wooden. You should look at some Invincible. It's pretty close to your. Oh, Ryan Otley is one of my favorite artists. Thank you for recommending him. I wouldn't put myself on his level. It's a compliment, so thank you. But, yeah, he's amazing. The one thing that I realized after really checking his stuff out, and it's not a slight against what he does at all. Like I say, I'm a huge fan. Is that he started making me more aware of getting away with less, meaning I come from looking at old school art, and a lot of people kind of like, I don't want to say what I'm doing, well maybe what I'm doing right now, but it's like you're adding lines for really nothing. Okay, not nothing. You're adding more lines for more detail, right? Capullo, McFarlane, Jim Lee, Liefeld. I'm trying to just think. Basically anybody that I grew up on. A lot of those guys, they just add like so many lines and it looks really slick. Silvestri, you know, they all look really nice. But then when I started reading Invincible, like, the story was awesome. Everything about it was awesome. The storytelling was good. And I just started realizing that, like, storytelling is always going to trump that stuff once you start really reading comics. Like, I would always check out comics just for the art, and I think that's why I gravitated towards those, and maybe other people as well. But once you start making the stuff, it's sort of like, you don't have to go that far with things, you know, especially nowadays with everybody, with awesome colorists being out there, they can really just make your stuff sing. And that started to get me down the path of like pulling back on rendering and all that. Now, just like to point it out as well, like this here is, you know, yeah, there's a lot more rendering in here, or shadow work, I guess, as opposed to rendering. But what I would have normally gone in and done is like all this area would just be rendered, you know, and it doesn't need to be. It's gonna get colored. Yeah, her leg looks super thick because of like this curve right here, which is his cape. Once we get color on there, it should shrink up a bit. But I wanted her to have definitely bigger thighs than the other guys. Alright. Let's get these kids out of here. So let's start with this person. Let's get a big fat brush. Gotta find a better way of doing hair. I do a lot of this stuff here that just, I think it's fine, but it doesn't really match simple. Especially when you go into color and there's like all these like little strands and stuff. I gotta look back at more like Joe Madureira and some other people that are doing like stylized kind of hair. See what they're doing. I'm not thinking of.
Yeah.
Personally, like your way of doing hair, your way shows more movement. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, movement's pretty important with this stuff, but like I say, if I can, I want to see if there's a way I can trim it down. Like, Wonder Woman's a good example. She's got like a lot of curls and all that, which is great. I don't mind it. I think it looks good, but it's still chunky. There's still, you know, everybody gets like this, I think. With your own art, you're going to find little things in there that are like, I need to just get a little bit better on with something. That's all. I'm just being picky about my own stuff. But thank you. Alright, so for those of you that have no idea what the hell, you can see little tomatoes on our screen. That's for our break time. That's our pomodoros for productivity. You can check back on my channel. I've got a couple videos on how I use this stuff for comics and what we're doing today. So, long story short, every 25 minutes I go for a 5-minute break, and that's one of these tomatoes here. That's a pomodoro there. Once all 4 are gone, we're going on break for 10 to 15 minutes. I know it sucks for streams. I apologize if you guys are still here and I get back in 5 minutes. Awesome. If not, thank you for being here. But I have found that, and I recommend you guys try this out too, but I found that just by using these, definitely helps keep productivity high and focus too as well. Okay, so thank you guys. I will be back in 5 minutes. I'll leave the tunes on for you. And let's put a little sign up here. There we go. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. Hey VF, how's it going, buddy? Alright, we're back. Alright, turn that off. Let's get rid of one of the tomatoes. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Timers are clicking. So what do you guys all got planned for this weekend? What are you guys doing? You guys working on anything? You studying? You cracking out the sketchbooks? Working on your projects? What are you doing? I'm going to be working on this, I think, tomorrow's Sunday, right? Yeah. So I take Sundays off for the most part, unless it's just like Jessup King stuff. Save it mostly for like errands and cleaning the house up and all that. You get caught up in doing all this drawing and work, you know? Maybe I'm alone on that, but anyway. So that's what I'll be doing today is this inking. Shouldn't take too long. Inking goes pretty quick. Working on a little Jessup's action. Thank you. Previously, you hearing this song? Oh my god. Good. On character sketch studies. Sweet. How's that going? So I feel like here with this stuff here, I gotta find like I'm super busy right now with doing some of these projects here, like with these prints. But once these are done, I'm going to take like a serious just look at my art here, because like what's happening is like I dig the way this brush makes things look. I've talked about it a whole bunch of times. You get really slick effects like up in here, like up in the wrinkles of his neck shirt, the neck portion of his shirt. Hey James. Get really cool like right in here. There's a lot of really cool effects that I dig with this brush. But what I'm worried about, and this is more of the artsy fartsy stuff, and we'll all have our own opinion on that, like on your own art and stuff. But I'm not sure if it matches like what's going on, or I don't know. Or maybe just because I'm stuck with looking at it all the time, I'm seeing it in a different way than it really is. Does this also make, like, this brush here, I find, like, watch, like, if I go here, I'll get a big fat thick brush brush here. I'll make a new layer so I can delete it. But like, watch how quickly I can kind of build up like a, you know, like a wrinkle sort of thing going on here. And it looks pretty cool. Like, there's a lot going on here, and if we wanted to, we can kind of come in here with a smaller brush and, you know, render this out a little bit. And this right here is what I think looks best with this sort of brush, but I don't want to do that, because then everything ends up having to get like that look to it. That's why I'm wondering if this brush is, if I should just, I don't say scrap it, but look into adjusting it or something so it has smoother lines perhaps? I don't know. Yeah, exactly, like James is saying there, it does. I gotta, yeah, thank you. I'm gonna fix this up. Can't just do that. Let's get some smoother lines in here. Thank you for pointing that out there. There it is. Oh, cool. Okay. Well, thank you guys. I mean, this brush here, where did I'm trying to think. I know I started using it. I was farting around with brushes before we were doing the role-playing cards. You guys remember those? Like a month or two ago, I think we were posting stuff about that. And it was, the client wanted something that was rough and organic, and I was trying to look. Most of my brushes were like what you'd get in Photoshop, or like how you'd Photoshop ink with just like a default round for most people. I might skew the size, like okay, so the normal brush in Photoshop that you ink with is just like a default round with pressure sensitivity. I'm left-handed, and I saw Todd McFarlane make a post about this where it's like you take the same thing, you just shrink it like this way, so it has a little bit more of like an edge to it, right? So when you're drawing, if you're going up and down or sideways, like the line would go like that. If you're going left and right, it would kind of be more like that. I know it seems a little weird, but I felt like I had to work really hard to get like effects with that. So again, I'll show it one more time. This is just the size of the brush right here. So if I go down this way, it's like that. If I go this way, it's still the same thing, but you see how it's kind of tapering here? And then when you stop, it kind of looks like a little bit of like a bleed. Like if I go light and then press as hard as I can and stop, it looks really odd, but when you're moving around pretty quick and zipping, I don't know. Also, I started changing the way I would move my hand when I was inking. I would start to like almost scribble like this in a lot of ways. So if you're going like that kind of shape like that, with varying like pressure sensitivity, like literally go like press heavy and then go light. I know it looks pretty gross, but like it looks a little bit, I don't even know what kind of, if this would be a brush or a pen or what. Or more like a brush, but yeah, so it looks like it has its own look, you know, whatever, but like I say, I'm not sure if it fits certain stuff, so I'm just trying to make it work, you know. Let's get some more debris in here, some more debris. Lefty party art. Oh, and James is the best of all of us. Okay, I think this is done. I'm not going to put the fire in there. I don't know what we're going to do exactly for the background just yet. Actually, I don't think my signature's on here. I think that's the only thing missing. go through real quick. I was thinking of putting cast shadows. I did put it on some of the characters, but no, forget it. Oh, rendering, right? See, when I get to this far, I'm like, I don't even know if I need rendering. Let's try it. Make a new layer, just a little bit. Make little areas here, like. No, that looks like shit. Alright, we're going renderless. Hey, little monkey. All the lefties are coming in, I like it. Alright, so we're gonna go render free here, because it's just rubbing me the wrong way. Cast shadows would help. Wonder Woman doesn't have a lot of rendering like Batman and Supes. That's true. Kind of hesitant to put the cast shadow. Like adding shadow on areas. Shadow areas and costumes are usually, it's pretty easy to do, but on skin, I'm trying to stop doing that. Because I know that's going to be the area that's mostly colored, so maybe we can do, let's make a little layer here. Let's try this. Yeah, what like Carlo's talking about there. I'm actually gonna take his what he's saying there. He's right. Looks fine is. So the reason I'm gonna go with that is not because it's like okay cool I'm done, walk away, but it is something to work on as a discipline for sure. Is like, and I always got this, and it might not look clear. That's fine, but like not everything just because there's clear space. Like all these kids, like they're supposed to be under or around all this rubble. Maybe they should be all like dirtied up a bit. And you get like these big areas of blank space, like her legs, the kids down here, even the rocks. You get into a mode where you might want to just start adding lines in there to fill it up. And that's something I've had to learn. So thank you. I'm going to actually take that advice and just walk away. But first, let's see if we can add just one last thing. Walk away then. Okay. So let's get our signature on here, and that's it. No, okay, is that what you guys are seeing? Does she look like she's... Maybe because of this eye over here. Maybe that's what it is. Sometimes I can't see this on these characters. Like there's something there that I'm not sure what it was that was just getting wherever. Okay, so let's make a new layer. Let's try to see if we can fix this. New eye. The critiques are good, don't start. There we go, that's fixed. See, this is the problem. You know what? I don't think that eye is the problem. I think it was the other eye. I think it's this one. Oh no, hey, don't worry about it, guys. No need to apologize. Maybe that's better, I don't know. Yeah, see, okay. How's that? Does that look better to you guys? Better than that? Yes, she did. Now that I'm looking at this one's hilarious. So good. This now that I see this one, I can't unsee it. Right, like this eye's going down here, and this one's kind of coming like. Oh, it's amazing. I kind of like this one better. Derpy Wonder Woman. There you go. That's better. Thanks. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. What else am I looking at here? What's that? She's supposed to look really masculine in the face on purpose, right? I mean, so this might sound like a. I'll say yes right now. This might sound more like a making up for you can't draw excuse. I don't intend it to be, but when I think of like Wonder Woman, She-Hulk, anybody that's got like a lot of mass to them, it's not that they should look, I guess, masculine, but you know how you get like the lower fat count in your face sometimes? Like if you guys ever look at like bodybuilding girls, they tend to get a little masculine looking. But I like the look where it looks, they don't look like supermodels. I don't like a lot of superheroes, female superheroes that are just you know, massive breasts. Everything's like they're always showing their ass and their chest and stuff, and they kind of have muscles, but they can lift cars and stuff. I'm not saying make every girl look like what's it called, Captain America or something like that, but especially for me anyway, for Wonder Woman, definitely big thighs. She's an Amazon, right? And Amazons, they don't mess around. That's just my opinion. So, like, okay. So I guess that's the question. Does she look like a drag queen? Do you guys think she looks like a... Does she look unfeminine? Does she look too masculine? What are the... Is it just her face that makes her look too masculine? Is it the thighs? Is it the musculature? And it's an honest question. I'm not, you know, nobody's got a wrong opinion on any of this. You guys know how it goes with art. You're staring at it all the time, and sometimes you need some fresh eyes. There we go, yeah, Chun-Li. So I will say this too, and it could be, these are great things to note moving forward whenever I draw her again and stuff, right? But there's certain things here, like this rope line. It's actually cutting in with her leg area here, so it makes it feel longer, to me anyway. And then there's Superman's cape down here that also makes this look like it's a massive thigh. Once this is colored in, it's my hope anyway that this will get fixed. If not, I can always just delete this line down here, and you know, like even if I went this way with it, it might improve that, but we'll see. She could use a more defined bust. I think just the cheekbone line might need adjusting. Attributed to your approach to the character, she looks fine. Cheekbone, is that what you're saying? Sorry, I think the cheekbone line might need adjusting. This line, like right here, like just get rid of that one. I think if I get rid of these lines, she instantly gets a smoother face. So the bust, you're saying, could use some work? No, hey, please guys, buy them out. Critiques are awesome. Oh, sorry, what's that? I don't think the body is too... Hey, Java boy. I don't think the body is too masculine because she is super strong, but her face is a man with makeup to me. Like, if you got rid of the lashes and lipstick, she would look like a man. Okay. So when I got rid of these cheekbone lines, did this help at all, or did this feel... Or is it just the total package that's making you think that it would be like a drag queen? It's a legit question. It's, you know, is it because she's got the muscles and stuff, or is it the lipstick? Is it the nose? So it seems like everybody's saying the cheekbones definitely help. You're thinking the nose? Okay. So, one thing I will say with the nose, and this could just be a style thing, whatever, right? Is I didn't want to do this. right there, because it makes her nose seem a little bit, and this is just the thing, it makes the nose pointed up a little bit, and maybe, I don't know, this could just be me and just bad women drawing, but I really dislike a lot of comics where the women, they're always the same in a lot of ways. They've always got like the nose is pointed up because that's what beauty says it's supposed to be. They have to have certain lips, certain eyes and eyebrows and stuff like that, and a certain face structure. And you'll find, I find anyway, in a lot of comic books, you'll look at men, and they tend to look, you know, they've all got like square jaws and stuff, but they have some range to them, you know. But the female characters, they, at least from what I've seen, they usually have like a look, which is fine. I know why it's there. It's to sell stuff. I get it. For me anyway, with this stuff, just you know, it's more of a, I'd like to add a little bit less to them to make them less beautiful in a way, so that you sort of look at the character itself. Because like, if you look at Superman, and this is what I recommend you guys do too. Defend your choices, even if they're bad or if they're wrong. Take criticism for sure, and I want it. Please don't stop giving me criticism, guys. That's the only way I'm going to grow, by seeing stuff through your guys' eyes as well. But defend your choice you made, and if you can't defend it well enough, then perhaps maybe you can change it, because it could be an error or something, right? But if you look at like Superman, he's pretty safe. And when I draw Superman, I try to keep him that way, but he's got, like, to me, a lot of ugly anatomy going on. But his face I try to keep pretty simple. And then when we get to Batman, a lot of people do this too, just add like a whole bunch of wrinkles and stuff to him, right? And it just makes him a little bit more ugly. But between the two, I don't know if you guys think they look similar or not, but to me they look different enough that it's not the same face. And I try to do that with this one, and even though I just removed the cheekbones, like if I add them in, to me it breaks up that beauty a bit, but I get what you guys are saying with that. So with the nose being dipped down a little bit, it's kind of takes away from that, how, like, let's say a How to Draw Marvel book or something would tell you how to draw a woman. My opinion. Because like sometimes I've seen Amazon, a Wonder Woman drawn by people, and they make her look almost more Greek. You know, with more rounded and like, I guess the cheeks and then the chin. Like, if you guys ever look up Greek women, you can kind of see how they look different than like an American woman. Let's say, like, you know, what we're told that like an American woman's supposed to look like or something, right? And I like that look, because it puts a person, if you can get there, and it's something I want to get better at too, with like expression and stuff like that. But if you put like a black guy next to a white guy, they should have different features, right? And just by doing that, makes it more visually interesting. To me anyway, right? But yeah, anyway, okay, thank you guys. She looks like a, okay, no. No, it's good. And like I said, I just wanted to talk about it out loud with you guys, because I do appreciate any feedback that I get here too. Okay, so you guys heard the buzzer go off, so we're going to take another 5-minute break. Thank you again for all the feedback. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And if you guys are here, cool. If not, thanks for popping in. I'll see you guys in a bit. Right. Welcome back. Okay, let's get the tomato gone. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you again, guys. Do appreciate that. Feedback is always good. Let's get our timer going.
Alright, AJ, what the fuck is going on? Fucking score sweating Batman.
Okay, so I'll also show you guys, in case you guys didn't see it. Oh, right, we gotta get our signature in here.
Who the fuck is the guy? Fucking find him.
Signature.
Get the boys together. Gotta pay them fucking scorps a little visit.
On top of everything here. How are we gonna put it? Down here? Sure. Cool. Looks good. Okay, we can save that up. Now I'm gonna save all this stuff up a little bit later when we get to the coloring. I'm not gonna do that now. I'll show you guys the Mega Man one we did yesterday. This one was a lot of fun. It's obviously different, right? There's a lot more cartoony kind of stuff going on here. But turned out really well. This one I think is going to be just an absolute blast of color because there's a lot of open areas here, so we can let our highlights and our shadows and stuff really pop in this one. Yeah. Oh yeah, man, Night Runner, no joke. I just liked your picture on Instagram too, by the way. This one right now is playing on a mix. Right now it's playing is Mega Drive. The song's Kingpin. Yeah, sorry about the swear words, guys. Alright. So, let's do some Ninja Turtles now. Should be fun. Do we have one for inks yet? Right here. Let's check. And I'm gonna try my best to ink these in separate spots. So all we're doing today is we're focusing on just the good guys. So all the turtles. Turn the credits off. It's fine. We're gonna start with Leo, because why not? Let's just duplicate our canvas here. Off screen so I can see it. Oh yeah, Ninja Turtles. I think this one too, I was going to get a little creative, you know, and like start putting all the shadows as if everything's being like underlit or lit from underneath, like this kind of stuff. I think it would look really slick, but I want this to stand out and pop, so usually I find like this kind of stuff looks best like with a more clean uniform shadow. So we'll just do top left. That way the villains, they can also get like some cool cast shadows, like Shredder's kind of coming in this way and stuff, you know. Yeah, that'll look kind of cool. Yeah, we'll go top left. Top left lighting, I guess. Be a little careful with this thing here. It's something I just added. It really helped. But it can look like a beak. We gotta see if there's little ways we can kind of help it. Hey, Zelda. Yeah, Zelda came in. Yeah, that might work too with the lighting. I just wanted to have that uniform lighting between the two in case people buy both prints, right? So when you put them next to each other, hopefully they stand out. I think I just like it with the open. I don't know, up close, that little line there, like, looks cool. I think when it's further away, it kind of gets lost. Oh, we'll try it. Kind of like it. A little grungy here with this stuff. Honestly, can't wait to print this out just for myself, to be honest with you. Just to have this on the wall would be real nice. I've been wanting to do something like this for a very long time. Have the turtles, like a nice big turtles picture. I don't think I have one yet. Be nice to have it. This using your gritty ink brush you use for the fighting cards. Yes, it's the same brush. Yep, and yeah, that project is finished. And I was just talking about it with the DC one we were just doing. I really do like it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stick with it or move on. Like, it's got some really nice effects. What I like is like when it does this sort of stuff, like right there where it's like two lines in one, or it looks almost blobby, almost like ink bleeding on paper a little bit. Like when you look at it, it can be kind of rough and gross, and I do like that. But sometimes I wonder it's not a soft ink. So like on Mega Man, I'm surprised it worked. But I think I'm just getting more comfortable with it. So we'll see. I do have a tendency that when things are kind of going good, that I start to question, like, uh-oh. which is stupid. Usually it should mean just keep going, because it's working. I'm just trying to not think about it. Just keep drawing. Don't worry about stupid petty stuff like the right brush. Yeah, good job. Clip Studio Paint is on sale. It's $25. Okay, that is an absolute steal, you guys. You can do everything I've been doing right now in the $25 version. I don't even really know what's in the EX version, but that's only $87. That's so good. Jabba Boy, you ever use a texture brush to render? No, I rarely, very rarely. Most of the time I'll just stick with this, with like a single brush, whether it's this one or if I'm at work in Photoshop or something like that. It's usually just a single brush and I can kind of get what I need to from it. The only time I'll switch is if I need something that's like really grunge, like a grungy texture. Then I might look for something that's a little bit more organic in shape, like so here, I'll show you guys here. So let's make a new layer. So again, this is the shape of the brush I'm using right now. That's what it does. There's these Y pens. These ones I just downloaded. If you look, it's got like, it almost looks like paper bleed. Now these ones actually, I was in a stream. If you guys follow him, I always forget his name, but he was around and he's still using Manga Studio 4. He's the artist that he does a manga. I forget what it's called. It starts with a T to a Sassoto or something like that. Anyway, he's got a whole bunch of stuff on his channel. It's amazing. He does a lot of streaming. It's in Japanese, or I believe it's Japanese, so I don't know exactly what he's saying. But a lot of what he's doing is just insane. Like beautiful, beautiful stuff. Anyway, so I've always wondered what he was using, and somebody was posting a link. I guess he put his brushes online. And obviously it's not, I'm not going to get the same effect as he does, but something like this I might get into. Or, let's see, what else? Yeah, or sometimes it'll just be like this. It's a kind of similar brush. No, actually it's not. But yeah, I really don't have too much. I did get some from Friendin and stuff, I think his. Get some Copic marker kind of stuff. But for the most part, no, it's just, yeah, it's just using one brush.
In the end, it took just one man. One cop.
Yeah, because most of it keep files together and stuff like that, and they're not worth it for most people. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I don't even really use the story feature. I'm gonna try doing it with the Jessup King thing just to check it out. But yeah, I don't really. Usually it's just normal, just files. Anyway, I hope that answered your question. Here I think we'll actually add a cache shadow. For turtles it always seems right to have like a lot of shadow. Story mode helps a lot when wanting to go through pages quickly. That's one thing I used to always do with Manga Studio 4, and I'll do it with like I said, Jessup, just because I want to check it out. It was always nice to be able to see all the pages. Yeah, okay, there you go. EPUB exporting. Let's see what we got. File, export, multiple pages. This is actually really cool. Batch exporting pages. settings for Kindle, EPUB. I never really looked into this stuff. Export single layer, a whole bunch of stuff. Export animation. I haven't even looked into the animation stuff. Lots of cool things. Let's clean up some of this liner in here. What got you into drawing, John, and how did you learn? What got me into drawing, the earliest thing I can remember was Ninja Turtles. And what got me into Ninja Turtles was the old cartoon show. And I talked about this, I think, yesterday too. I didn't get a lot of them. Didn't have a lot of money. I don't want to say we didn't have a lot of money, but we didn't have money to like blow on things kids want. You know, whenever I want, which is good. But it was like the Ninja Turtles adventure comics, and I still remember a lot of the stories from there, and it was awesome. For a kid, it was real sick. But my mom, she used to grab like stacks of printer paper, and she would fold them in half. Did she staple them? I don't remember. But what she'd do, she'd sit down with my brother and I. We would both do this. I know I definitely did it more than my brother, and what I would do is I would just say stupid kid stuff. You know, like kids always have like the dumbest stories, but sometimes they're the coolest stories, right? But so I would say like, okay, then Donatello does this and that, and she would write it like this. Let's just say this is a piece of paper folded in half. She would just put a line like this and write whatever the hell I was talking here, and then whatever I was talking here, and then that's it. And then give it to me, and then I would fart around and just draw the pictures inside. And a lot of it, they were just like, okay, so Donatello's a purple circle, Leo's a blue circle, and like maybe a sword, and they would fight. And that kept my imagination for a real long time. But what I would say that got me into actually doing like what I'm doing now, when I was in college, I went to animation school, and I didn't know what the hell I wanted to do. I just wanted to do something with art, because I felt like, not that I was pretty good at it, but it was really the only thing I could do. I wasn't really into sports. I played some sports, but I wasn't into that stuff. And I'm not a tech guy. I don't like messing around with cars, all that stuff, right? So this animation course came to school in high school, and they said, yeah, Disney hires people from here and all this stuff, and it was sort of like, oh, cool, like I could work for one of these big companies. That'd be kind of cool, doing animation and all that. So I dropped out of animation about a year and a half in, because it just wasn't for me. And all the animators out there, you guys keep doing what you're doing. You guys are, it's awesome what people do, man. Whoops. So I dropped out of animation. But why I dropped out of animation was I was working at a gas station, and I would bring a sketchbook in all the time, and instead of really working, I would grab like muscle magazines and, you know, just draw. I didn't have a goal or like a direction of what I was drawing. It was just drawing. And lo and behold, a Marvel artist came in that happened to just move into town, which just happened to be across the street from me, which is insane when you think about it. That never happens. And he saw my stuff, and he was like, oh, cool, what do you want to do? And I was like, I don't know. I think draw comics. He said, well, come on over, you know, and we can go over your stuff. And that was like an amazing thing. And that relationship fell apart for reasons I don't know. But I was there probably, I would say, like a good year, maybe 6 months. And it's not that it was like a crash course in comics. It wasn't as amazing as I think a lot of people would think it is. But what it did do was I was able to see how a professional Marvel artist made a comic page, right? And what that did was that just made me see it. And, you know, like it was sort of like it's sort of like now it's a little different with like technology, right? Like let's like you guys know Will Robson. He's working for Marvel now. He would hang out with the chats all the time, and he had his own videos and stuff. You could see people's workflow, so that I don't want to say the magic's gone, but the illusion of like how is it done is much more transparent now, so you can see it. But when I was there with him working with a pencil, and I'd bring my pages and just start working there, it was cool. It was just a really eye-opening experience. But just doing that made me go, you know what? Comics is something that I enjoy. There's something there that's really awesome. You can tell the stories by yourself, all kinds of things. So that's when I dropped out of school, and my dad was like, well, you're not going to sit around here doing nothing all day. So then I got a job at a factory to pay back my debt. I'm just giving you the whole backstory here. And yeah, other than that, everything's history. I mean, like, to be fair, right, like I still haven't been, air quotes here, picked up by anybody or anything, so I'm not really any different than you guys. Just another fellow artist trying to make a buck. Let me just scroll up here. Yes, Joe Madden, Greg Capullo, amazing artist. Joe Madden's my favorite artist. Yep. John, did you know that there's a battle? Yeah, I helped, or I pledged on the Kickstarter for that. I can't wait for Battle Chasers, and the comic too. I don't know if I mentioned before, but when I was having problems with my drawing hand, turns out I have arthritis. I began saving up for 2070 HD Cintiq. Hopefully it eases the flare-ups. Okay, so one thing, I don't know if it's with arthritis, but do you guys remember me talking about getting like, it felt like carpal tunnel? And what I just started doing, and this took a little while to get used to because of how I used to draw, and this might help your arthritis, I don't know, is literally start training it so that you're not drawing with as much pressure, like you're not carving into the screen anymore. Right? Like all these digital tools, we can adjust how hard you have to press. So I was used to it just the way it was, and now it's virtually gone. I don't have any pain at all. It gets tender and it gets warm, because we're using it all day, like the wrist and stuff. But for the most part, it's not anything like it was. So if that does help you, just try it out. Try it out for like a good week, 2 weeks. See if it helps you out. Because drawing taking us out by the wrist, that sucks. Do I still have my old drawings that I see? Yeah, I've got some stuff. I actually have an old video you guys go back. I think it's called Years of Sketchbooks. I went through, like, you can see a lot of the learning and stuff in there. A lot of, like, stupid drawings. I don't know if I have comic pages, but if you go back to, like, oh my god, 7 years ago when I posted my first videos on here, there's a couple pages with some disgusting webcam low resolution you can kind of see, and I'm so glad I don't do that anymore. I'm so glad I went digital. So glad. VF is saying I fell into animation and left a year later. Didn't feel like my thing. Yeah, 100% agree. Not having to draw cramped and zooming in all the time. The arthritis mirrors. That'll be awesome. When did you start working for Marvel? Oh, I haven't worked for Marvel. I haven't worked for any big company at all. The only actual notable comic book I've worked on is called The Standard. Really, there's not much comic book work that I've done. If you really go back and look, there's a lot of pinups and stuff like that. But I'm not like a big published artist or anything. It'd be nice to be that, but I'm not that just yet. Okay, cool. I'm glad that's helping your wrist, man. Because the world would suck, man, if you wake up, right, and it's like, okay, well, you can't draw because you drew too much and you snapped your wrist up. Oh, God. Oh, how long has Will been working for Marvel? Will started working, what was the first book he helped with Star-Lord. And now he's doing Great Lake Avengers, so I think he's been working for Marvel, what, maybe 4 months now? 4 or 5 months, I believe. Shadow doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if you guys are getting wrist pain, lighten up your grip. Try it out. I know it sounds like such an easy fix, but it might help. Help me think frick. It was getting bad. Thank frick. Muscle, oh god, you don't want that. Doesn't sound good at all. Drawing with your whole arm helps a lot. Yeah? Did you ever send your team in? No, I never finished it. So this is what happens. I always get ideas and then I stop and I pull out on those ideas. Which is a horrible habit, but I've stopped doing that, and now really this is how I'm going about stuff now. You guys can try it out too. Maybe it works for you and all that stuff. But I spent some time just watching YouTube videos and listening online from editors and like what they're kind of looking for and stuff like that. And the hard part here too is it kind of goes into that same vein of always looking for new tools to help you draw better and stuff. Where it's like, okay, that's great, but you really need to be drawing and finishing things as opposed to just like researching and stuff. Oh, almost what's the word for it? There's a phrase, something like something paralysis, where it's like you almost have to figure out everything before you start to see if it's even worth your time. And then when you start doing that, it gets way too, your mind is too scattered and it loses focus and it starts to look at it and go, wow, that's a lot of work, or that's crazy, and I'm not going to do it. But anyway, so I was listening to a bunch of artists and editors, and from what I've been hearing, and this is what I'm doing going forward, which was okay, and with that little cliffhanger, oh wait, no, is that it's like, okay, so you can send, let's say, Marvel and DC, and nobody knows if this is the right way or the wrong way because it's going to be dependent on whoever sees your stuff, and there's no right or wrong way to break in or just, you know, become a full-time comic book artist or whatever, right? So what they were saying was, yeah, you could send like Spider-Man samples in all the time, that's great. And let's say you did 20 pages of Spider-Man over like 6 months or something, and you send them in and they see it and it's like, that's great, you just sent us, you know, all this Spider-Man stuff, which is awesome. But at the end of it, you might not get a job, right? But at the end of it also, you're going to be a better storyteller because you've drawn all these pages, which is great, right? Whereas if you drew 22 pages over the same amount of time of your own characters or whatever, you still might not get a job, but now you've got 22 pages of your own thing that you could sell or do something. So you're still up in those pages, and who knows what happens from that thing you just made, right? Like maybe that takes off and that could become your thing. Or you just spent time making comic pages and now you're just a better artist and blah blah blah, right? So what they were saying is it doesn't really matter what you're doing, just keep making pages and keep sending them stuff. And that took a whole bunch of stress off me because I was trying to figure out ways to like make Jessup and all that stuff, but as well as send samples and stuff like Ninja Turtles to IDW and all that stuff. But when it comes down to it, you know, send some fun stuff for sure, I think. But ultimately, just do your own. Just make comics. That's it, right? So if you're not, I don't want to say creative, but you don't have an idea of a story to make or something, then yeah, just do samples or go online and try to find a writer to hook up with and make your $10 a page or whatever the hell it is, and you're still making pages and still sending that in, right? And you might analysis paralysis. Thank you. That's it. And keep sending your stuff in because you never know what's going to happen, right? Just keep making pages. And what was paralyzing me for a long time was sort of like that attack pattern. Like, okay, well, what's the most efficient way to go about doing this? And I just needed to hear, and it makes sense. I felt like I knew that already, but just hearing editors say it help big time. So now that's pretty much the goal. I've cleaned off everything off my plate. I'm not multitasking anymore. That's why there's hardly any new videos on here. It's all like long streaming videos because I have to cut back on stuff, right? I got a full-time job, like, or you guys might have a job or 2 or 3 jobs, and that's great. But if you still want to do art and draw, you got to find time to do that. It doesn't just show up anywhere. So you got to reduce the amount of projects you're doing, right? And that's not even to take into account like life stuff or studying to get better at drawing, whatever it is you think you suck at, right? All that stuff. So yeah, so I'm just working on graphic novel Jessup King. About 120 pages around there. I'm just doing the wrapping up or starting the script, actually, I should say, the plots for that, and I'll be sending all the pages and stuff to publishers and stuff as I'm going. At the end of it, I've got a graphic novel. Up until then, who knows what happens, right? So that's pretty much what I'll be doing. So I recommend you guys try doing that too. There's other than that, there's think about it. As long as you're drawing, there's really no negative, right? Nothing else makes sense. I only use Twitter as a blog. That was probably the music. Okay, so we got a break here. So let me just hit that there. Alright, I'll see you guys in 5 minutes, and we'll talk soon. Alright. One more tomato gum. Let me just catch up with what you guys are saying. Jim Games was saying, just going back on what we were talking about before we went on break. What I was saying makes sense. He started drawing a Batman pitch for a writer who did a mini comic he drew, but then had the urge to do his own character, and that led into doing a zombie book. Hey, come on up here, Tristan. Which is already making money and got people asking for commissions and such, so it's working out better doing your own stuff with helps drawing aspect. See, I'm glad. Like I'm always happy when people get like to me that's success, right? You're getting paid, even if it's once, whatever. Maybe it's not even that. Maybe you're getting paid and now you have new followers, people that are interested in your stuff. I'm continually hearing this. I feel like you hear less of people just showing stuff, like samples nowadays. Like, you know, I don't want to call it the old school way, but it's got its own pluses and minuses. But I hear less and less of people saying they just submitted like Marvel DC stuff to publishers and they get picked up. Whereas I hear, and it's more interesting to me, following people and hearing people going like, I'm doing my own thing and I'm either making money off of it or I'm now getting published because of it and stuff like that. Like, this isn't anything new. Like the last 5 years, especially 5 years, it's been exactly that. It's people making their own stuff and it's helping them, you know, do what they want to do, which is great, and it could lead to a whole bunch of things. And really, just don't be like me. Don't get paralyzed by going, is that the right decision? I don't know. Just spend time making your own stuff and send your own stuff to everybody you can. As you keep doing it, share it, and eventually ask for money down the road. But in the beginning, just share, give, and then when you come time to ask, there'll be more people there that are possibly willing and have things to give, right? It's not like you're starting something with the intent of going, I'm going to make money off this, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give a whole bunch of stuff, and then I'm going to start getting money. There's nothing devious about it. Just be a human being, you know? You share, you put in, information should be free, that kind of stuff. Just put it out there, share it with people. You never know what people are going to see stuff and what opportunities that opens up, you know? And it's great, and people have been doing this for a very long time. This isn't anything brand new. You know, and I think it's just don't be hard-headed like me and think like, oh, it can't just be that. If I just do a Batman thing and I send it to DC, maybe that will be the way that I break in, and it could be. Or just make Nightman, you know, or Moonman, Stars Lord, or no, sorry, Starman. Let's just do Man's Dr. Starman, and make like, you know, like a Batman ripoff story, and draw it like you would draw Batman. You know, like as if you were drawing it to the best of your ability. And you never know what happens from that stuff. Plus, at the end, like we're just saying, you never know if you get commissions from it, or maybe you can put it together and just sell it as an ebook for $1. And you're in a better spot. You know? Jessup's in a super cuddly mood here. Okay, Jojo, I gotta do some work here, okay? So don't get too sour when we're drawing here and you're not getting your pets. Let's just see. Okay, see you later, Observant J. Games. I'm sure you're ready. Look at Dave Raposa, he's done so good with Steve Lichman, which I'm just of be John because I missed the. Well, he's got another Kickstarter coming up for Steve Lichman too, right? Yeah, but Steve Lichman's a great example. To me, if you look at it, like the art is, you know, it's not his best work, and obviously because it's comics, but at the same time, it's fun. And I don't know, that's a great example of something that it's very inspirational. But okay, so enough reminiscing here. Alright, so this is our last 25 minutes of work. Then we take a nice 10-minute juicy break, 10-15 minutes. So looking at this, and the shadows are wrong. Where's the top left? Or top right is where the shadows are. Oh, what's another good example? One Punch Man? Hope you guys have at least heard it. I don't know if you've read it and you don't like it, that's whatever, but... And I don't know how long ago, but like that was a webcomic as well. You know, so there's lots of opportunity out there. Just be you. And you might not be at a level right now where your art gets attention. That's a thing. You know, like you might not have like a style or something that's eye-pleasing just yet. But you don't necessarily need that. You just need to be consistent. Just hammer stuff out. And I'm going to try my best just to share with you guys with it, you know? Like, I'm going to try to be an example of that. Of what I'm saying. So, Jessup King, you know, all that stuff that's going to get done. By the end, there'll be a book. We'll see what happens once it's a book. And then we'll go from there. But I want to be, like, a little bit more inspiration for you guys. Practice a little bit more of, like, what we talk about, you know? So, it should be exciting. Yeah, you're right, VF. Yeah, totally did. But you know that changes his life. You know that's good. And wasn't it he was doing that to learn? Was it Manga Studio? Did I read that right? Or he made One Punch Man to learn a software? Yeah, and the art wasn't very hot at all. But sometimes, you know, like if you got a good idea, like how many of us here would go, okay, so we made our idea, and maybe you're not as good as you think you should be or whatever, but the idea is so solid that you can clearly turn it into maybe a business, but you might have to hire somebody else to write it or draw it or something, right? Like, I think most of us would go, yeah, what the hell, let's do it. If you were given the job to do the set for an official comic series, what superhero would you want to do? Oh, what series? Oh, like if it was like a mainstream one? The Hulk's my favorite. Spider-Man would be fun, but if I could do anything, it would be Ninja Turtles. I think a lot of people say Ninja Turtles. They're just... I don't know, there's some magic with it. I don't know if it's nostalgia or what, but a lot of people like Turtles. Listen, have fun, oh my gosh. Spider-Man got you in comics? Awesome. I think Spider-Man is one of those characters too that's kind of like Turtles. A bunch of people dig them. They might not necessarily read comics, you know? Hey, buddy. What's up, Joseph? Yeah? When'd you do that? No, I haven't drawn the Hulk recently. That's a lie. I did. I drew one for Will, actually. The commission. He wanted to do, on Will's channel, he was doing a lot of, like, Copic marker stuff. He wanted me to just send him one that was just like liner with some line weights to it, and he was just gonna put a marker on it, but I don't think he got around to doing that just because of his deadlines and stuff, you know. It's a little bit more important than work for fun. Take a look at Leo here. So he's got his back sword left to do here. So I'll turn the inks on and off just so we can see the difference. There. Would you ever draw a fan as a comic character? Sure, yeah. A literal fan. Alright, so let's turn some inks on for here so we can just see a little difference here. So there's where we started. And I say it every time, it's funny how like different things look once you just throw some ink on it. That's cool stuff. Are the turtles going to have eye colors or just going to the whole white? I like the white mask myself, like the white eyes when they have their mask on. Personally, I dig that one. I was thinking of having like a small print run. Maybe I'll just do 10 or something like that of them just with white or red masks. That'd be kind of cool. A variant print. Sorry about that. We run out of music. Oh, you guys can't hear me? Can you hear me now? I moved the mic away from my mouth a little bit there. So let me know, or I'll turn it down. Not a problem. Okay, so Leo's done. Who are we gonna do next? We just go right to Raph. This will be fun. So this one I want to get a little bit more, I want to try to be quick with the inking, so we can get a little bit more grunge. Okay, good. sure why the cloth mask. I always assumed it because it was just like that's what they could find in a sewer. Colored fabric, you know. I do like in the new IDW stuff they talk about why they got the different colors. It's just to make them individuals. That was kind of funny. You guys are turtles, so of course you'll all look the same. It's a little weird. Hey CDS, thanks man. You're teenage, that's right. Always scares the hell out of me if I'm not looking at the timer. God. Okay, so I'll zoom out here just so you guys get something to look at, but that means we're taking about a 15-minute break here. We're on our last Pomodoro, so we'll see you guys in 15. If you're still here, cool. If not, thank you for popping in. Appreciate it. And I'll see you guys very soon. Alright. Let's get some more tomatoes up. Alright. Oh, I just took a nap. Did you guys ever read that thing where it's talking about, hey everybody in the chat, they're talking about, it's like this graph or something, science and studies, whatever, they say something about naps, and it's like a 10 to 15 minute nap, like from the time you sit or you lay down, you hit the timer for 10 to 15. You're not meant to like go into sleep, you're just supposed to calm your mind, that it can help boost your energy a little bit. So sometimes we'll do that after these, no, this is not Mega Man. Mega Man's done. All we got left to do on that is some color action. What is a piece of art that I'm most proud of? Honestly, this Ninja Turtle one is probably just because it's new. Like all the new stuff I'm doing, I'm pretty proud of. Like especially this turtle one. Like I said when we started, I've always wanted to do something like this, and I'm just excited to finally see it happening. And I have no idea. I don't know if you guys can see things in your mind before you draw it or stuff, but I have no idea. It's just sort of like scribble the stuff until it comes out and you get pieces put together and all that good stuff. And when you do the line art, like when you do like the silhouettes and then into the roughs and into the line art and then the inks, it's always like a different iteration. And usually, if it's cool every step along the way, it's I find that I get a little bit more enjoyment out of it. So yeah. Let me just catch up with you guys. Thank you, FMK guy. Appreciate that, bud. Tomato pop. All the tomatoes. Okay, so let's get the timer going. Let's keep going. And just a little update. I'm just inking the turtle side today without the background. The villains we're going to do another time. I think actually the villains are like Tuesday or Wednesday I've scheduled, and then it's just color. That's it. Which is cool. And I think I had somebody email me. I'm gonna have to double check. I think I have to get back to them today about a cover that they want me to do, which is cool. It's you guys remember you guys won't remember, but I was doing some covers for a project called Modern Testament. Testament. We did covers 1 and 2, and it's time to do issue 3. I actually have, I think it was maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, issue 1. I went through the whole process of like, I wanted to show, for those of you that don't necessarily maybe have client work or whatever, just like that, how does that work? So we went with the thumbnails. Then I also told you guys the feedback we got from the client in their email for revisions and stuff, and then went right into, at that time I was doing pencils as well, digital pencils, just to get I figured doing that would get the ink looking a little better. But as you can tell, we don't really do that much anymore. But yeah, so all that stuff in there, so we'll probably get some more of that stuff going too. And Master, I appreciate the flattery. I am definitely no master, but thank you. I'm doing awesome, you guys. Van, dude, the nap thing works. I work very close to home, and I can go home and take a 20 on my lunch breaks. It definitely helps. Even if it, like, maybe I don't feel it, like, I still feel, I guess, kind of tired, but not exhausted or anything like that. But I will say it helps. It's very nice. I don't think there's any reason not to do it, I guess. You got the time. I didn't say this either on the other ones. I don't think anybody here is really interested in buying original art or anything, but I'll try to record it. That I think you guys are interested in. But I'm going to be printing out the Mega Man piece, these ones as well. I'm not sure about the Mar or the Superman one that we just did. I might do that one too, but I'm going to print them out like we were doing, and then do ink washes on them to sell for original art. So they will have a different feel to it, but more so just to practice up on, you know, how this stuff is coming along. Get more of that ink wash going. How much for a personalized drawing? You can send me an email and I can send you a quote. Yeah, thanks, Carlos. Don't you want to turn your book into an app? An app? I don't know. I never thought about that. Do people do that? Do people turn like comics into an app? Is there any like reference on that, like that I could check out? I know there's like apps like Tapastic and stuff that you can get content through there. I don't know about people buying an actual. I've never heard of that. It's interesting. Oh, like a EPUB? Sure, why not? I don't know just yet. Like I say, right now, Jessup's is wrapping up concepts. Concept phase right now. I'll be working on the plots starting next week, and then the next stage after that is like a first draft of a script, and then also refining some designs while that percolates, you know. I'll then go back and sort of like tighten up the script a little bit, and then go right into inks. I don't want to spend too much time on the script, because what ends up happening is writing isn't one of my strong suits, so I'll get stuck on trying to make it better than what I can actually currently do, and then I won't get anything done. So just sort of plow through that. It'll get better with experience and stuff, right? So as long as I have an idea of what I'm trying to do, I think it should be okay. But after that, once that's done, then I'll go into doing either looking for Kickstarter to get it published, or shopping it to some publishers. And if none of that works, then yeah, there's definitely like the online way of doing things. But I'm not really looking. I'm not doing this necessarily for a business aspect. Like, making money obviously is good, but I'm more focused on just making it and getting it into people's hands and using it sort of like as a launching platform in a way to keep making more stuff, to get interest in it, right? Because like right now I do like a lot of like drawing stuff and YouTube stuff, but I want to start really making a heavy shift to just making almost like a comic every year, really. That'll be my goal, unless I get, you know, like a publisher or something asks me to do some work. Should be cool. Let's erase all this here. Disappear. Okay, yeah, see you later, buddy. Thanks. There's Nico and the Sword of Light. Yeah, that was a really good project. What was it, Bobby Chu? Yeah, I don't know the full detail with a lot of people, but sometimes, you know, like, you're just one person, so right now I'm just focused on making it. And I appreciate all this stuff, because it's all great food for thought of like potential places things can go, right? But right now I don't want to think about it too much, because then I start really wondering about it, and I need something created first. Don't want to get stuck in the, well, once it's done, maybe I have this. Like, it's good to have an idea, I think, for sure. where to go. But right now, it's just focused mostly on once it's done, like a print book. That way, I can move on, print and most likely like a PDF or like you guys are saying, EPUB or something like that. And that way we can get into like working on another book after. Most likely once the first volume of Jessup King's done, I'll be going back into Castle Dracula. Or Godslayer, I'm not sure which one I want to do. We'll see when we get closer to it, but or maybe I'll just love it so much we'll just jump back into another volume of Jessup King right away. So we'll see. Well, thank you. See, I don't consider myself as an established artist. I don't know. But thank you for that. I feel like I need a lot more comic books under my belt. Well, I guess, okay, an artist in general, sure, I suppose. But I want to get more accolades, I suppose, for comic book stuff. Not like awards and things like that, I don't mean like that, just like personal achievement stuff with, like, make more comics, not just pinups like I'm doing right now. This is fun, I love this stuff, obviously, I'm drawing what I want here. But, I want to get more people interested in my stuff because of the comics I'm doing. And we need to make more comics for that to happen. So, let's just do a little TCB, take care of some business, and we'll get that wrapped up right away. I believe I did. I apologize. Is there any... There's always hope. Actually, here, can you link me in the chat? Just put like a space after like whatever your Instagram URL is. Just put like Instagram space.spacecom or something, just so I can take a look at it here. I get so many people sending me stuff, so I tried to reply to everybody. Maybe I didn't get a chance to reply to you just yet, but yeah, if you wouldn't mind, hook me up right now. Take a look. And don't get discouraged with whatever I say or anybody else says. Just know it's gonna take time, right? Patience is probably the #1 thing people lack with a lot of things. So if you can keep onto the patience boat, you're already, in my eyes anyway, like far along, where a lot of people just drop off because it takes too long to get stuff. Alright, we're gonna put like a pattern on his shell here, some cracks and stuff, but I just want to get the rest of them done first, and then we're gonna put the pattern. What was the pattern we put on here? Oh, okay. Yeah, I use Kablam. Thanks for posting that too. I actually printed through them for my first art book, which was, oh my gosh, between 5 and 7 years ago. Jesus, that was a long time ago. Yeah, but yeah, it's awesome. Print on demand is great. The cost is a little higher, obviously, for that stuff, for like smaller print runs of things. Unless, and I live in Canada too, so it's almost to the point now where it's really, I'm not saying it's impossible. Nothing's impossible, but it's hard to get like that kind of stuff going because the cost for shipping alone is crazy, and the conversion rate between U.S. and Canadian, it's really crappy right now. So that's why, like, I know a lot of people use Kickstarter and it kind of gets tired after a while, but it helps so much. Oh, is that your Instagram thing? Here, just let me add a little time to the timer. Let's check it out. Alright, and we will put it on screen for everybody to see. Just make it easy for everybody. Okay, so I think, just based off of like a quick, I like to do this, you know, just do like a quick scroll through stuff, just to get an overall feel of the content. I like your, I don't know the style of coloring it's called. I've seen it before, but not a lot of people do it. Like something like this, where it's very, it's not watercolor, but it's, what is it, color with airbrush or something? But it's very like light. I don't know the proper term for it, but it's some really cute stuff. It's lighthearted, it's fun, it's relaxing, it's calm. Some nice stuff. So I guess the next question would be, I'm not gonna go in and critique like a specific piece, but I guess the next question would be for you, or that I would have for you, is what is it that you're looking to do? You just want to make money off your art? Do you want to be a comic book artist? Do you want to be an illustrator? Do you want to be a concept artist? Again, do you just want to draw for a living? Do you know? I want to enjoy making money off art. Well, there's that saying, there's no money in comics, but I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, you can make a living off of comics, but your cost of living kind of has to go down, I think, just to play it safe. Like you can't buy new houses and new boats unless you're, you know, amazing or something. It's going to take a long time to get there, but in saying that, you can have a comfortable life for sure. I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't have a comfortable life doing comics. So, if you want to be, okay. So I guess one of the things I would suggest doing. Actually, here, let me see if I can pull this up. This will be for everybody here. There's this guy I've been following named Gary Vaynerchuk. Client workers. Yeah, there's not much you can do about that. So let me pause the music here. Give me a second to find this guy. You guys might not like his, I want to say it's an aggressive style of how he presents stuff, but he definitely has a very forward way to talk. And he has this one thing. I just want you to hear it. I want everybody to hear it. Just give me a second to find it. Actually, I think I shared it on my site. Let me just go there. And this might help you a little bit, because one of the things I found is when you're talking about art, I mean, it goes both ways. There's definitely something to be said for people that will say, like, diversify your talents, meaning, yes, do concept art, do client work, do comic work, do all those things. But I'm a big believer of sort of pushing hard for one thing, because it doesn't divide you up into split things, but also take those side jobs if they pay a lot. So that might help you, might help give you more time to spend with the actual big passion thing that you have. So like in my case, just an example. Okay, I'm not finding it here, so 1 second, you guys. So in my case here, I've made the decision that comics is what I want to be about. So even though right now I'm doing prints, this is to make money at a convention for the most part, right? And the comic book stuff, I want to do more of that. If I want to be known for comics and stuff, I want to surround myself with comics and be a comic creator, I have to make a lot more comics consistently, constantly, daily, right? And if I'm not doing daily goals towards making a comics, then that goal might not ever get there, right? And you sort of have to put your talents up against it as well. Like, what are you talented against? Or what are you talented with? Are you more talented at telling stories, or are you more talented at caricatures? And that's a real big thing, because just because you want to make comics, if you're not talented in comics, let's say, I don't want to say you're wasting your time, I don't want to say that, but you might be able to have an easier job being more successful at the things you're good at, as opposed to always trying to constantly be better at something that you might not ever be as good as somebody else. I mean, maybe that sounds a little weird. Let me just see if I can find this here. I didn't know it was this far back. Sorry about this, you guys. If I can't find it, I'll just give you a little paraphrase here. So this one isn't it, but we'll scroll together here and we'll try to find it. But this is one that's pretty much like I was just saying too, talking about talking a good game and all this sort of stuff. Let me just make sure the audio's up so you guys can hear it. Okay, hopefully it's not too loud, and they're only like really quick clips here.
I just genuinely want that for people to understand. Look yourself in the mirror in your hotel room tonight and say, are you putting in the work that supports the words that are coming out of your mouth? My buddies always tell me, I'm gonna be a millionaire. I'm like, you're on 6 softball teams, John. Is your work ethic mapping the bull crap that's coming out of your mouth? Because you talk a good game. You all talk about what you're gonna do, but then the work doesn't support it.
So let me see if I can just find exactly the one I was looking for. Again, if I can't find it, I'll just cliff notes it. But yeah, follow this guy if you're into this kind of stuff. He's got a very simple way. Like, this was a great... Here, I'll do this one too, just for you guys. Because he's got a lot of good ones, but I will try to find the one I'm talking about.
It breaks my heart. My friends like live for Friday night. Yeah. Like they know they get the week, like Monday morning's the worst. It's just such a huge percentage of one's life. I can't wrap my head around with the internet. This is not your grandpappy's life. We have the internet. You can make shit happen. You can build businesses or side hustles. I just don't understand why people relegate into losing mentality and just thinking they can't. You can't because you want to be on the bowling team or softball or play video games. That's why you can't. There's plenty of time. Get shit done. The level of complaining is unacceptable. Look, what if I told you this was the last Monday morning of your life? What if I told you you died this week? Would you complain about your crap job or that test you don't want to take? I doubt it. You would go much higher level thinking. Well, that's really what it takes. It takes understanding that if you're not pumped right now, if you're begrudging what you're about to do, if you're not looking forward, please recognize the world we're living in. We're living in a world where there's so much more opportunity. This internet thing created way more opportunity for all of us. Way more. I mean, look, you might not even be alive. Like, your mom and dad could have had sex like 3 minutes later and you wouldn't even exist and you're complaining. You could have ended up being a bus, a tree. I just don't get the mentality of being head down sad on a Monday morning. I'm gonna make Monday morning my bitch. I'm gonna make you Saturday Monday morning. That's what I wanna do every morning, and that's what I want from you. Please, take a step back and think about how awesome it actually is. And then recognize that you can attack the world in a totally different way because you were lucky enough to be born during this era.
But this was it. Yeah, I think this is it here. Okay. So I believe this will be the last one I show. You could literally spend so much time on this guy's little thing just watching these like 1 to 2 minute clips. But this is the one I saw, and this is what turned me on to a lot of what he was saying. And again, you know, it's just somebody's perspective on stuff. It's just to make you think a little bit differently about stuff here, right? And this is sort of what I was talking about with find like a goal, like a specific thing. And I'll just shut up and maybe he can say it better than I can.
And who do we put on pedestal? The people that from the get punted everything else and went full-pledged themselves. LeBron didn't try to become a well-rounded young man. He fucking played basketball, all in. And that's who we look at. Beyonce, she went all in. The people that we look at and admire, they put in the work from the get, regardless of what they are, because that's the only thing they knew how to be. And I'm telling you right now, the best blueprint for your success is to, when you're done tonight, to go into your hotel room, look yourself in the mirror, and ask yourself, what's the purest form of who I am, and build a fucking thing around that. That works.
Okay, let me just post this in here. There you go. If you guys wanted to check his thing out there. Let me just go back into... see what you guys are saying here. Oh, thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. There's not a lot of people that do like that. So I'm glad that you dig that too. There's something about, yeah, like we can all, and not, I don't think everybody should do this sort of stuff at all, but there's lots of people, lots of channels. YouTube's an amazing place. I'm thankful for it, just like everybody in here is probably most likely thankful for it. Anybody that's ever done anything where they've gone to YouTube to check something out, right? there's really awesome things here on YouTube, and a lot of people showing you how to draw little tips and their little things, and I agree. But what I get a kick out of a lot of the times is trying to find, just like what I was showing you guys there, like there's no reason for me to stumble across what I was just showing you, right? Like the productivity stuff and all these things that maybe you wouldn't necessarily bundle with like artwork, but art's super hard, man. And I want you guys to trust me here, and I'm sure you do, but like I don't. There's a lot of days where I wake up going, yeah, I can't wait to like just tackle this thing, but especially on a day off, day off from like the day job. But when I come home from the day job, kind of like what he was saying, Gary was saying with like the side hustles, right? Like what we're doing right now. This is the thing that's like, I know this is the heartbeat that keeps me going because I've been doing it for so long. Not every day is totally enjoyable, and not every day is pure bliss. It's work a lot of times, and especially when I come home, there's days where I'm disappointed in myself because I didn't draw. I didn't spend time doing my Ninja Turtles thing or Jessup King writing and stuff, and that stuff breaks my heart. Not that that I did an excellent job at work today, and I'm totally satisfied, and it leads me to believe that that kind of thought is how I know that I do enjoy where I'm at for work, but I don't think it's my calling. It's not the thing that I would hopefully be able to do for the rest of my life. Because if it was, when I'd come home, I would do concept art. I would do a lot of those things, right? I enjoy it. I absolutely enjoy it. But I think it's still on that level of hobby where it's fun to do when I go to work. A lot of people would obviously love to have the job that I have, and I don't say that in a gloating way at all. I say that, with total empathy, 100%. And if that is you, I honestly do hope you can find a way to get that job, because that's what you need and that's what you want, right? And that's great. Have that. So when I'm there, I enjoy it for a lot of reasons. I think everybody would enjoy it. You're drawing all day. I'm creating stuff. I love that stuff. But when I come home, I don't do those things. Like, okay, I do like concept, I guess, when I'm coming up with my own comics and stuff. But it's comics, right? And I honestly believe that's sort of the thing you have to ask yourself. If you're fighting so much, actually, let me back up. So what I was trying to say with that is, even still, I'll come home and even though I know I want to do this stuff, sometimes I won't, and that's when I get bummed out because it's like, all my energy's all sapped up because of work I just had and stuff, that's the way it goes. But nobody's going to give you that time back, or like nothing's ever going to change unless you, unfortunately or fortunately, however way you look at it, you still have to do work when you get home. And that's why it's work. It's how do I sit down and do this stuff when I'm struggling so much, or I don't have the energy, or I'm distracted, or I put in a long day and I just want to relax. I just want to watch some Seinfeld, play some video game, like legit things, that a lot of people, or maybe it's just bad habits from when we were in high school and stuff. I don't know. I really don't know. But regardless, even though a lot of it is a struggle to start on my day off, like today on a Saturday, what am I doing right now? Okay, to be fair, this isn't comics. I understand that. But I am doing comic stuff that you guys can't see yet. But I will be posting pages and things. But this stuff here is still moving in that direction of like my own stuff, right? That's where I know it's the drive is. And I know a lot of artists have that. That's it. And I don't know what else to say about that. But anyway, check out that guy's stuff. Hopefully you guys dig it. And I do hope it helps some of you guys out. Because just hearing, like I said, even with the editor stuff I was hearing about like submitting things to companies and all that, just make your own stuff, send them that. You don't need to make a Spider-Man comic necessarily to get a job with Marvel, right? You can do your own thing, and who knows doors and possibilities that open by making your own thing, right? But at the same time, just like hearing that guy's speech, it was all like it's all coming together sort of thing. Things start to feel like they're in check right now. There's not many question marks anymore. It's more like the question marks like you guys are saying, like, well, do I put a book in PDF, or do I just self-publish? What do I do? Do I go to Kickstarter? All those things. Those are stupid questions. Those are, as my dad likes to call them, Mickey Mouse problems. Those are like the smaller level stuff where it's like the big stuff is just make the thing, right? And when I heard Gary is just saying that thing where it's like, just look yourself in the mirror, and it's an honest question, and I'm going to check what you guys are saying here, is literally just ask yourself, just sit down, and this is all coming up here, and I always say your name wrong, Seda? Is that how you say it, Seda? Seda? When you're saying, like, if you're good enough, or if it's worth it to keep going, and you sound a little scattered, you just want to make money making art, which is beautiful, right? The thing is, and this is why I brought it up, is You don't have to go in front of the mirror, but you can do it right now or whatever. Spend some time with yourself. Take yourself out for a second, okay? You take yourself, go get a coffee, go for a walk, sit down at a bench, sit in your bedroom. If you can't move anywhere, just focus on yourself, on your true self, and be real with yourself for a second, and just ask yourself, if you could be or do one thing, what would it be? And the answer, I don't want to say it can't, because it's going to be different for everybody, but see if you can go a little past, I want to make art as a living. Because that is a great thing, but it's so broad. If you could narrow it down a little bit, like just by saying, I want to be a comic book artist as a living, that gives you a whole new set of goals and focus and drive, and that's different than I want to just make art for a living. If you want to make art for a living, do it. But the answer you're going to get is what you gave me, which is I like a whole bunch of parts of art, which is great. You're an artist, right? You want to experiment in things, and there's nothing wrong with any of that. But it's hard. It's not necessarily hard to focus. It just tells me that if that's what you really want, then you sort of have to market yourself as an artist that people are going to come to you for art, which is a great feeling as well. Whereas if you focus it a little bit more, which is, there's no right or wrong, again, just you have to be honest with yourself. If you focus it, maybe it's, I want to be a children's book author or artist. That gives you like a drive and a focus. And what you can start to do is, okay, so maybe you were doing children's books, but you're kind of interested in comics. Somebody asks you, hey, do you want to do a comic project? Well, now it's up to you. Do you want to stop this forward momentum that you're going with the children's books to take on this other job? Maybe. What does it offer? What can it do to benefit your children's book stuff? Maybe the audience for that comic book is like mature. There's gore and stuff, and you're like, I don't mind it, but that doesn't help me. So you say no. Maybe another project comes along where it's about a little kid that wears like a towel around his shoulders or something, and when he does, he literally transforms into an imaginary superhero, and it's all kid friendly. Maybe doing that project might actually help get awareness to your children's book. So you see how that sort of like manipulates itself into more of a focused thing. Now, all this is to say as well that you might get those mature comics, and I've had it. I've had people actually ask me for this, and I've actually had to start saying no, just because for me, it doesn't matter. A good reference here, and if you are listening to this, take no offense to this. I'm just trying to do some real talk. Somebody asked if I could do a commission of Jessup King, which right off the crack, if anybody comes to you asking you for a commission for your own art, that's beautiful. That's absolutely amazing, right? Think about that for a second. Out of all the licensed characters, somebody comes to you for your thing, right? So I was ecstatic. I was like, oh, this is awesome. Of course I'll do that, I'll give you a quote and all that stuff. But what the person wanted was, they have apparently a theme in their bathroom where it's like, it's cheeky, it's not nudity. Well, it's nudity, but it's tastefully done. Of like the Hulk and Spider-Man. I don't know if there's any of the female superheroes, but they were just getting out of the shower, so you might see their butt, or it's like, oh, like they drop their towel kind of thing. But there wouldn't be any frontal nudity and stuff, right? So I got this, and then I believe I sent a quote. I'm not sure, but the more I thought about it, the more I had to do what I was just suggesting. I'm like, you know what? As awesome as it is to be able to draw this for somebody, I'm personally going to have to say no, because to me, drawing that isn't what I want people to look at my art for, right? I don't want my character in a spot like that I wouldn't normally draw them in. So it seems kind of weird, because mostly as an artist, it's sort of like people ask you for something, and if it's not like, like way over the top, you might do it. And in this one, it felt bad to do that, because I was like, man, I just threw out money to draw my own guy, and who cares if it's just his butt showing with like steam or something. And I'm like, but I wouldn't draw that myself. Like, I'm not going to sit down and draw or any character really, unless this was like for a comic book or something. Like, that might be a little different, whatever. But this was private commission, right? Nobody would see it except him and whoever came by, or her. And it was just like one of those things where it's like, you got to figure out, what is the path? Where are you going? And start to say yes and no to certain things coming into your life that'll either distract you or help you get there. That's all. That's all. And I mean, for me, it's, and you can tell I'm all over the place. I'm rethinking things all the time, all the freaking time. What's the best productivity thing? How can I get more work done? How can I do this and that? But it all comes down to just obviously doing more work, but being aware of the work that's coming at you and what work you're going to do and take that helps you get to where you want to go. Stop just doing stuff, I guess, is the easiest thing I could help recommend. So just to wrap it back to you again, is that if you want to do all these art things, do it. Know that that's what you want to do and be, and you'll be the best at that. If that's not, if you want to be a specific thing, then do your best to do that. And I think we all know deep down inside what it is that is. Some of us, we might be kind of confused right now, like I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe you haven't spent the time asking yourself. You might not get the answer right away. You might have to spend a week asking yourself all the time, you know? And if that helps you out, then hey, you're better off now than you were when you weren't asking yourself these really cool questions, you know? So I wish you all the best. Let me just get caught up here with this. With everybody else here. Your favorite one, somebody asks a guest on his channel, why do you wake up so early? That's a good one. Yeah, FMK guy's saying one thing for sure is like one of the hardest parts is when you go to draw and you can't draw anything. One of the biggest things, hey Keeman, one of the things I remember, actually, you can check out Box Office Artist. I don't know if he's been around for a while, but it seems like I'm seeing more and more of his stuff. But he just had an interview with Greg Capullo, you know, and Greg was saying what you'll hear like a lot of artists, comic book artists saying, like just know that, especially for comics too, or actually really any kind of art, is that like if you don't feel like drawing, you gotta draw. You're sick, don't care. Your girlfriend just left you, too bad. You know, like it's so deadline heavy that it's not meant for everybody, and that's okay. But by knowing that, that sort of guides you on your path, right? Like, okay, so now that you know that kind of stuff, that if you want to be a comic book artist, even your own stuff, if you want to be a comic book artist, you know that there's going to come a time, if not every time, where it's going to be very hard to sit down and want to draw, right? So now that you know that, you can make it, now you got a choice. Are you okay with that? If you're not okay with that, then maybe comics aren't for you, right? Like, or working with publisher style comics. Maybe now you need to go down the independent route because you get a little bit more flexibility on your own deadline, right? So just knowing that in and of itself should help make a decision, right? And that's the power of that stuff, is if you can just guide yourself, if you're okay with working like that, then keep doing what you're doing, right? That's awesome. Hey, Callum. So this is a silly question, but what are the rules for selling art at conventions? Are you allowed to sell? This was actually brought up a little while ago, and it's a fun question because I don't think we ever came up with an answer. I think it's illegal to sell prints of any licensed character. So theoretically, I suppose what I'm doing would be technically illegal. And then the other side is, but so many people do it that nobody really says anything about it. Yeah, so that's about the best answer I could give you. Oh, don't worry about that. Man, trust me. You don't consider yourself. I appreciate what you're saying with being my student kind of thing, but don't. We're brothers and sisters in arms here, guys. Nobody's better than anybody. We've all got different experiences and stuff. So, it's my belief, as long as we're helping each other out, you know, like share information, all that good stuff, then we're all gonna be better. So, we're just all at different stages. That's all, you know. If you just started learning how to draw, like I was there, I've learned how to draw too, and still learning. Gary's also got this one video I would recommend you guys check out, and I'm starting to implement that more in my life. And it's something I do believe in, which is, he calls it auditing your circle. So he says auditing because a lot of the places he goes to are like companies that are talking about like social media, or like how do we make more money in our company and all that stuff. But it can still be applied to us artists, or anybody really. And what that is auditing your circle is mostly about the people in your life that you surround yourself with. Like, okay, so if you live at home and your parents are toxic, there's not much you can do about that until you move out, right? Okay, cool. So we understand that. Let's move to the next one. So if there's that, who do you personally check out? Maybe you're like me. You're drawing all the time and you're stuck at home. You don't really have a lot of people to talk to necessarily, right? But there are certain people you still like, you either drive to, even if it's online or whatever, there's still people you gravitate, or your inner circle of friends. Maybe you do have a lot of friends, right? So what he's talking about, like auditing your circle, is, and I do believe this, is you're only as good as the worst person in your personal group. Meaning that if somebody always complains a lot, and they're always like, oh, it's so much work, I'm tired, and all this stuff, that affects you. And it starts to drag you down as well. This isn't to say not to help people. I'm not saying that. But that personal circle, like, think about this. If you surrounded yourself with people that you can surround yourself with, if you could surround yourself with people that were always making stuff, or always like, hey, it'd be cool, like, or just questioning stuff, or whatever it is you like. Maybe you really like video games. So if you surround yourself with, like, gamers that are really like you, the fighting game community is a good example, like Street Fighter and all that stuff. If you can surround yourself with those people, like, you will become more of that, right? So if you want to be in an art community, see if there's one around you. If not, there's tons of places online. Maybe it's just one person. Maybe it's just this show. Maybe it's the people in the chat that you can talk to whenever this stuff goes on, right? That stuff affects you. It affects you big time, and it's up to you to be on top of that. And just knowing that, trust me, it helps you so much. You don't have to worry about stresses that don't matter to you. Man, we're getting all over the place today. I actually like the way this shell came out. This shell sort of design is based on the current IDW stuff. It's really unique. I dig it. It gives it like a little bit of a textured flair. So I don't know if there's going to be anything else we're going to put on Raph here. I think we'll also put his cast shadow here. Just give me a second here to sort of figure this out. Hey, Euro. Check your Patreon messages during next break to... Oh, sure. Yeah, I will. Thank you, man. Next break is in about 3 minutes here, so I'll go check that out for you. Thank you. Hey, Nimrod. Alright, so we got him leaning forward here. So let's see if we can kind of get like a bicep, a forearm. Guess that would be the claws are kind of coming in. I don't know how well this is going to look, because I'll leave that side. Let's see. Probably should have something here. See, so just by adding that, it flattens that whole side out, so it makes it look like it's straight. Maybe I'll just, let's try drawing in white here. See if we can break it up a bit. Yeah, I guess. Try that. Alright, so we're going to have that. Maybe we can just start to add more shadow here. Like he's casting a shadow down here. This sort of thing too helps really well with Raph, because I think he tends to look better when he's like surrounded by shadow, more so than the other turtles. So maybe we can just add like a little bit of... Just add some texture here to like what he's on. Cool. Okay. So let's save this up. So I gotta go here on a 5-minute break, guys. Thanks so much. I'm going to check that thing out right now, Euro, and I will reply. And yeah, if you guys are still here after 5 minutes, cool. If not, thanks for participating. And the chat's been awesome today. You guys have been on fire the last like 2 weeks that I've been doing these streams, man. Oh, you really? Okay, I'll just say that, Callum. The reason why you like that, where the foot's kind of going over, is because it's breaking the two-dimensional rule, which is things like foreshortening breaks, like it's a piece of paper. You guys are looking at a screen, right? That's a two-dimensional thing. It's flat. But when you have a little foot like popping over, like in this case, it breaks it because the other foot's like on a flat plane. But now, because of that toe, it makes it look more like it's three-dimensional. So the more you can kind of add little tweaks like that to your art, if you can anyway, it definitely helps. Definitely helps. But yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys.
We gotta turn music on too. I forgot about that. Be right back. Alright, got some tunes back. Alright, let's turn that off, get rid of a tomato. Nimrod is saying, something I believe in is indoctrination by association, meaning you become a part of a group by just hanging around the person or group you like. It's also the things gangs and churches use to get members. Euro, I should say too, thank you. I do appreciate that, buddy. If you wouldn't mind, just send me a message on Patreon too of the piece you would like for this month. That way I can get you all set up. Thank you again, man. Appreciate that. Euro's reply to Nimrod there was, yeah, that would be me, Nimrod, because I suck at drawing stuff, but I love watching others do it, which means you're in a gang now. So I just want to put a little caveat on there. I think you both are absolutely right. If you're surrounding yourself with what you think you like, that's always going to be great. You'll generally be more happy for it. But I would also just stress, just toss it out there like I'm sprinkling spice on it, is follow groups that you participate in. Meaning, if you do draw, great. Continue to search for other artists and stuff. But if it's something that you're passively interested in, like you watch more than you draw, look into ways of switching that up. Meaning, what you're looking at, try to start applying that more so that you have something to contribute to the group as well. So if you feel like you can't draw, that's great. You will get better. That's just the way it is. And if you keep finding other things, that's great. But the group as a whole, the only way it stays healthy and grows, right, is if all of its participants feed off of each other and bring new things to the table. So if it was like a hunt, it's like you guys are all there eating the food. This is great. You know, these hunters over here, they already brought food over. They got some salads going. You got some shish kebabs. It's great. And then you show up and you're like, hey guys, it's me. And everybody's like, oh, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? It's like, oh yeah, I watched a bunch of this stuff and I caught like a couple apples today. That's great. But eventually, people are going to get older and new people are going to come into this thing, and it's sort of like, this is a horrible analogy, by the way, but I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. But if you can come up and go, hey, look at this big feast I brought in with me too, it just makes it better for everybody, right? So see what you can do to contribute as well. And that's pretty much it. And then other than that, good to go. Good to go. Thanks, James. Okay, so let's get this clocky go. Let's do this. So what time is it now? 12? So I've got about 2 hours left to draw. I don't think this is going to take 2 hours, but yeah, like Fight Club. If tonight's the first night, you have to fight. Alright, so let's keep this going. Who are we going to do next? I think we're going to stick with the turtles for first. We're going to stick with turtles first here. And let me just go and make sure all these layers are gray. This file size will start to get disgusting. And I'm just going to actually change the music here for a second. Hold on, guys. It's still going to be this, oh, well, this is a full album, so that's why. We're going to go back to New Retro Wave. And we're going to listen to some more, like, I don't know, this style of music here that you guys will hear. It reminds me of, like, driving down Miami or something. I've never been to Miami, but it reminds me of, like, if you ever played Grand Theft Auto Vice City, that sort of music. This might be it. Let's see. Oh, God.
Welcome to the Coca-Cola.
No, not an ad.
This season
Here we go. Just listen to that music, guys. Discourse channel? What do you mean by that? And just let me know if audio is jacked up or whatever. I just increased the volume. Almost sounds like Madonna a little bit. Not really.
Hey Lars, what's up, man? I don't know what it is about this music, but there's like something pure about it. I know this isn't, but it reminds me of like the 90s, like super early 90s, and I don't know why, it just does. I know it's 80s, but let me pull up this one song. I know I need to draw, but this stuff's so cool. Let me just see, okay, Lars, I'll just say this here too. Let me just pause this here because I just want to bring this up here. But so the best part is people. You're not the first, and I just want to show it here. Is everybody's talking about rendering, right? And I want to make sure maybe we're on the same boat for rendering here. So what I always considered rendering to be is like this right here. Some people call it feathering. You know, like this kind of effect, that kind of like, or just, you know, whatever you're gonna do here. Basically anything from the 90s, right? And still today. But if you actually look, there's very little to like no rendering at all. It's all just black with like little flecks, like little dots. There's rendering there, but it's funny. I think either people have a different terminology of what rendering is, or it's just like things that have more shadow just makes it look like there's more detail going on there, so it looks like it's more work than than it actually is. Okay, so let me just find this one song. This song, like, I don't know what it is about it. I really don't. Maybe it's the music video. If there's a music video, we're gonna watch it. I'm sorry if you guys really don't care for it, but you gotta hear me out. There's just something about that just reminds me of like growing up. Okay, YouTube's having a heart attack here. See if I can find it. There's so many good friggin' songs, and like the thumbnails are so awesome on these videos too. Like it's a time trip, man. I won't spend too much time trying to find this here. I'll reset our timer. I really need to save some of these songs here so I can just pull them back when I need them. It was just like a smooth, relaxing kind of sound, with just, I think there's even kids riding a bike and stuff. I'm like, man, I remember doing like, I would say I remember riding a bike as a kid, but I don't see that much nowadays, you know? Almost. It's getting warmer. Getting warmer.
Alright, maybe this was a bad idea. You know how on YouTube, when you're trying to find a video you used to watch, or really you're looking anywhere on Google or something like that, and you're like, next page, and eventually you just hit that point where it's, okay, I don't know how far it is. I thought it was closer than it is, and you're like, but if I stop now, I might just be like one click away. Yeah, we're at that stage right now. We are so at that stage right now. Damn. It's not even like an amazing song either. It's just, I just want to hear it. And the actual worst case is like I might have already passed it, and I think the thumbnail is different than what it actually is. That'd be the worst, the absolute worst. Great. So I've hit the bottom and I didn't see it. So cool. All right, what a waste of time. I'll play. All right, let's go back to it. Maybe it isn't here.
Overwatch. Play it free on consoles now.
This is a song we just heard. There's music with it actually. Alright, well, what the hell. Let's see here. Synth wave. These pictures of RoboCop are insane. Alright, whatever. Alright, let's reset our timer here and let's just do some work. Sorry, guys. Maybe next time. Let's go to the next one. All that smooth music. Alright. Yeah, really, it's Rain and Men should really come on now. Turtles have Adam's apples. Yeah, sure is. I'm very fortunate that I stumbled onto this this way of working, really. It's definitely honestly, it's an interesting. I don't know. It's weird. I think a lot of people probably ink like this if all you do was, if you were like me and you inked with like Bic pens and microns and stuff. You have to build things up anyway. So you kind of like drawing the lines once, and you kind of draw over them again when you want your line weights. It's pretty natural doing that, or it feels more natural that way. Oh, I saw that one, Nimrod. Yeah, is that the one where he's with that guy? I don't know the guy's name. Or what is it? Tony Stark's asking for Thor, but he doesn't have his phone number. He doesn't have a phone. Oh, this is more more for me. This is like if you ever played the Nintendo Ninja Turtles, you had to you find this item or whatever. It was like a grappling hook, so you could jump across a building roof. So I figured I'm gonna throw it there just for me, really. And Donatello's probably the perfect character to have it. All that tech. Yeah, the grappling hooks, from what I remember, they were like a shell, and then they would have like little like hooks like this on the end or something like that, so you'd throw it across. building. Yeah, me too. My favorite level in that game was actually the water level, just because of the music was so good. There was so much stress when I was a kid. I remember my dad, I think he swore a couple times. Trying not to get electrocuted by the sea kelp. Shredded sea kelp. Yeah, see ya, James. Thanks for popping in, bud.
faked our deaths, lit a match, closed the door, waited for the flash. Greyhound station, paid in cash. It's Lazarus, we coming back. They say it's darkest before dawn. We've been in this town for far too long.
let's figure out. Alright, let's figure out where his bow staff is casting a shadow. Maybe just go across the leg, maybe? Let's take a look. Yeah, it works. I think he's done two. Let's get on the mic. And like I said before, I don't know, now that we're here, maybe I'll keep the nunchucks. I don't know. So if I don't have them, I mean, it could have been just the way I was rendering, but if I don't have it, it sort of like just opens them up a bit, which I like. I'm gonna go with this. Let's try it. See what kind of craziness we get into here. I gotta be careful with the inking here because he's so far back. I don't want to put too much detail on him. Nimrod does creativity, flow in your family. My mom and her twin are potters. My big sister is in metal. Trying to think. My family is very small. From what I know, I'm the only artist. My brother's in graphic design, so that would be, it's pretty creative, that stuff. So I would say just him and I are the only ones that I can think. Actually, I think my mom's brother, I think he was an artist, but I don't know him. So I couldn't say. I want to say no, but I don't. Like I said, my family's very small, and I don't know a lot of my family, so unfortunately, I don't know.
But maybe I think I do appreciate the question of creativity, but I think the more important question is, and I think there's more of this than creativity, is work ethic, I guess. It's like, especially on my dad's side. My mom's side, from what I know anyway, not so much. Again, I don't know all my family, but on my dad's side, at least there's the appearance that there's maybe goal-oriented stuff, like pushing hard to sort of get stuff done and all that sort of thing. So whether it was in business or whatever, like my dad was, or even my brother doing what he's doing, it's, you know, it's all that hustle and all that stuff on the side, and just doing your best to get work done. I'd say it's more of that. So mine just happens to be, my outlet for that just happens to be art, whereas theirs is, or like my dad would have been like business and stuff like that. My niece, yeah, sorry, I actually totally forgot about her. My niece would probably be the most, besides me, for like art, yeah, 100%. Thank you for reminding me about my niece. She's getting real good too. Is already getting a handle on a bamboo, a Wacom bamboo. She's really good at that now. If she sticks with it, who knows? Who knows what happens? Do I do traditional inking anymore? Yes and no. I've never really done traditional inking, like for client work or anything. Like anything of like substantial size of a project. But for some things I do. I started to get a little bit into the ink wash. It's mostly for like conventions and stuff. I'll do that. But like I said, there's one I want to do. I want to practice before going, which is on 11x17 from pencils to inks, right, with ink wash as well, to see how to time myself at how long that takes. So at conventions, if anybody's interested in that, I have an idea of how long it'll take. The other thing is, normally what I'll do is like if you look at this here, and I'll be doing this with this one as well as the Mega Man, and I don't know about the what's it called? Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman 1. But this right here, I'm going to print this out. You just print this out, and then I ink over top. I do basically what I'm doing right now, and then I sell that as like an original piece. Yep. That's usually what my workflow is, just because it's so efficient. I'm able to make like better line art, you know, digitally. I can undo and all that stuff, and it saves a whole bunch of time, and then just print that out on some nice black ink, and you're good to go. Nimrod, I think the best thing is a family member who skill you can look up to. My dad was a plumber and a great potter as well, but in his own, built his own gas can. One of 3 people knew so. Oh, awesome, man. Yeah, my dad, he's like a guy's guy, you know, very hands-on, fix anything with tools. I'm using screwdrivers, and every time I'm turning, I'm dropping it like. It's like I've already given in my, if that's considered what you need to be for a man. Like, sorry, I'm just no good at it. I'll draw you a cool picture of what it would look like fixed, but I couldn't fix it. Too busy spending all my time looking online for art. I don't know if that's good or bad. Thank God for YouTube, eh guys? Jeez. Love me. I think Mike's done. I like his nunchucks not spinning myself. Calms the piece down a little bit. It's not as crazy. So we got that. So who do we got left? These clowns in the back. Let's do everybody's favorite. KC Jones. Line it with an actual brush takes over. Yeah, for real. Okay, thank you, Euro. Yeah, I will most definitely check that out. Let's see if we can make him look a little bit more evil. I don't even know if we're going to be able to see his eyes or not. It's just so far away. Look at this model-like hair. He's so gruffed out that he's got beautiful flowing locks. Maybe it's Maybelline. Easy breezy, beautiful cover, Casey. It's awesome. I will see how this looks once I back out if I don't like that. Let's keep going. Some characters are this far. You guys can't really see because I've got it off screen, but like this character's very. He's very small compared to like the turtles and stuff. So a lot of his detail is gonna just come through with color. So it's mostly worrying about like heavy blacks areas as opposed to like rendering and stuff when they get this far back.
I used to be the one. I used to be your getaway dreamer. I couldn't get enough. Thinking that we would last forever.
All right, let me save that up. Okay, guys, you know the routine. I'll be right back in 5 minutes. Enjoy the music. Alright. Get rid of the tomato. Before we kick this one off, I want to just try something real quick, see if I can find that video. Had an idea. Where is it here? Alright, where's Jason? Alright, let's search. Let's type SNES, see if it shows up. Let's see how good, of course not. Shows you how good Facebook search is here. Bike. No. Retro. Let's see what pops up for that. Try to think of one more word here that might be able to find it. The childhood's gonna show up. Let's see if we get lucky. What is this? Oh, that's Mortal Kombat. That is not it at all. Alright, well, whatever. It's lost in the internet ether. Everybody's talking about this. 2 more tomatoes to go until we get a nice, juicy 15 delicious minute. I think, but like this, and then a break, and then working again, and it's gonna be done. Honestly, this Pomodoro here, we got the timer going. Whoops. They might just be finished now. I don't think there's gonna be much left, but yeah, this is where we're at. This is the shell everybody's talking about. Ooh. Ritzy. Is this like a newer song? Oh, this is Nightcrawler. That's what I gotcha. I'm gonna get a bigger brush here to just kind of give like a nice little inky kind of look here. Thanks, Darren. Yeah, Darren and I, we have Patreon hangouts once a month. It's been like that for a while now, eh? How many months has it been? And we mostly just do, you know, chit-chat and one-on-one and stuff. Which has been great. Darren's definitely a kind-hearted gentleman. Trying to tackle art as best he can. I think a lot of people too it's a lot of people, because I hear it a lot, and I've even said it, is it's not, I don't know, it could be a whole bunch of things, but it's mostly just the starting or staying motivated, or rarely it's finding the time, because we've all got the time to do it. That's not, it's like the Gary video we just watched, right, where he's talking about like Everybody's got time. It's just whether you what you choose to do at that time. If you want to play video games, you want to relax, you want to do all that stuff, that's the cost, right? So you can't ever say you don't have time to do something. It's you're putting other things first. And sometimes you have to put certain things first, right? Like if you got a family and things, but if you want to be an artist and all that, like let's say you've only literally got like an hour a night to do something, and that's why you play video games. So it's like your own friggin' time, you know. What you're doing, in my opinion, not criticizing anybody, but what you're doing is you're investing in your current self and not your future self. Your future self doesn't want to play video games tonight. Your future self wants to not have the job you have right now and be drawing as your job, right? That's what I would assume, unless you're a hobbyist, and that's different. But if you're like me or a lot of other people in here that want to do this as their job, it's really just that. Your future self wants to be an artist, and it sucks. I know it sucks. It's tough. It's super hard. It's super hard to. You only get an hour a night. I don't have kids or anything like that. I can only imagine how much more difficult that is. But you're still in the same boat, right? Like those are everybody's made choices to get where they are right now. Everything that's in your life, for the most part, is your fault, right? To a degree. And I'm not saying that as an attack. It's your fault that you chose a decision, and you got to live up to those. And not whenever somebody says it's your fault, doesn't necessarily make that a bad decision. There's no right or wrong decisions. They're all just choices you're making, right? That's all. So when you get home, it's really up to you. What are you going to do tonight? What are you going to do in your spare time? Trust me, there's tons of times where I'm just like, you know what? I find that all my chores, all that stuff, the stuff you got to do. I'm like, it's like maybe an hour and a half before bed. I'm like, I'm just going to have like a snack, and just watch some Seinfeld and relax. You're like, okay, well that's cool, but you're not pushing yourself as far as you can. And this could get into that. And this is where a lot of people can disagree on stuff. And it just comes down to who you are, what you think is all. Because some people say like you need that or else you get burnt out and stuff. It's always individuals, right? It's up to you how you see certain things and what works best for you. Now I actually think, yeah, I screwed this up. Check this out. This is Casey's leg back here. Is it? Or did I? No, I moved him back. That's why. Okay. Whoops. What did I end up doing? Oh, hey, little monkey. What did I end up doing? I left it. I left it with the nose that you weren't a fan of. Yes, no, I agree. Like hell, I make video games at my day job. There's definitely art and skill and craft that goes into it, for sure. For me, I would say that looking at video games to inspire you and stuff, I would say that's not the right way to do it. Or maybe that's not the right way. I don't want to tell people what the right way to do things is. It's not that it's not the right way. You could watch a YouTube video of somebody playing it and still see the art. The experience of the video game is unique, and that's what's addicting, and escapism and being in that yourself. I understand that, sure. And yes, there's 100%. Video games are art, 100%. This just goes into what is it that you want to do with your time. That's all it is. And again, like I say, the easiest way to break it down is you tonight or you today and you 5 to 10 years from now. Sure, playing a game every now and then is not going to break you. But if you get into that routine and that habit of like 50-50 split, 50% of the nights you're playing a game, 50% you're drawing, you're working on stuff, it's going to take you a long time. It could take you longer than it would if you just devoted the time now so that your future self can go, okay, you know what, I'm making comics for a living now, so you can play a game or two every night, That's all I'm saying, is just adjusting sort of certain things that you look in there. That's all. Yeah, see, monochrome, yeah, like, do what you got. There's balance, guys. That's all it is. And it's tough. One of the best parts of advice, and I mean, I try my hardest to do this, and I don't succeed all the time. I rarely do, but it's something I always try to remind myself when things are getting a little chaotic, is like separating your business with your personal life. So like when you got to go hang out, or when you get to hang out, I should say, not when you have to, but when you hang out with like your significant other or your friends, don't be thinking about work, like drawing, and you should be drawing instead. Just focus on the moment. Be there. And then when you come back to your drawing or your work or whatever,
or as best as you can, like 100% focus into that. That way you can appreciate it a little bit more, you know, like when you walk away from the art table or whatever to go like hang out with friends or go see somebody or go watch a movie, you don't have to think about your deadlines and I don't know if I can make it. Just give in. Tap out. Just go in there and appreciate what it is that you're doing, you know? That's all. It's harder, it's definitely harder done than said for sure, but this jam is sick. Thank you, good sir. So we got what, 20 minutes left, and we got just this little building here, and and the lamest April O'Neil I've ever drawn. Like this is like look how long that leg is. Ugh, yuck. The costume here I was trying to go for was like the original April in the IDW reboot with the old school camcorder that nobody uses. Should just be a cell phone, but yeah, see, so Carlos is saying something too, like that's something that sucks when you are meant to be relaxing and all you can do is think about work. Yeah, and that's really the balance part that I'm talking about. Like everybody's life is different, nobody knows the experience you're in, so maybe you actually like drawing is very stressful for you, so you need to relax here, and somehow you're not able to get that relaxing feeling out of the drawing you're doing, which might make you question maybe you need to draw something else, or maybe drawing's not for you, or there could be a whole bunch of things, right? But I've definitely done that where it's like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna play a game tonight because I've worked all week, and you're playing and you're like, how long have I been playing this for? I could have been drawing that whole time. That's a salty experience, man. Just enjoy it, and then when you're back to work, just do the work. Just do the work. Alright, Splinter. Alright, so Splinter, I mean, we're gonna go pretty simple with him. Let's do like fur kind of textures here. It's like that video we were watching a little earlier. Remember? Let me know if you guys want me to play it again. If you don't remember it, or maybe you're just popping in and just getting in the conversation now. But that Gary Vaynerchuk video, he was talking about people who work or live for Fridays. Everything he was saying there, I thought was just straight gospel. Because I'm the same way too. Like I haven't worked for like I can't wait for Fridays to drink. I've never been a drinker. Or partier, really. I've just been one of those shut-ins that just sticks at home. Just real talk, right? And I just always wanted to just do this because I figured it takes a lot of time to do it, whatever. If you chose to drink and all that, cool, do whatever. I'm not going to tell you what you did was wrong. You're going to have a lot of really cool stories. I don't have cool stories. I've got, yeah, cool, I drew today. Anyway, so yeah, when he was talking in there about, you know, like your Friday nights, like you work so hard that you look forward to Friday so that you can just relax with your friends and stuff, and then when Monday comes along, you're like, ugh, and you start that whole routine again. It's a very dangerous way to live.
Because it really shouldn't matter what day it is, right? You're just every day building, building, building. Getting better, that's all. And a lot of people, I think, they struggle with that because maybe you are very social. Like, I guess I'm lucky in that because I'm not, I suppose I'm antisocial, you know, like I'll talk to people, but I don't go out of my way to do it. Like, it's not something I have to do. So I think a lot of artists, tend to be antisocial, but maybe you are like a social butterfly, right? And you like to talk to people and all that stuff, and you go out of your way and you just want to, you know, hear about people and all that stuff. It's all good. And when you start to say things like, well, you have to cut back on that, people can kind of get a little, what do you mean, cut back on that? I'm not cutting back on that. Little Monkey, random question. Do I like Hamilton? Like the city? I'm hoping I'm... No, yeah, well, exactly, right? And some people, like, I don't like to drink. I've got my reasons for it. I don't care, whatever, do what you want, right? Whatever makes you happy. As long as you don't hurt other people. That's the golden rule, right? Besides, don't kill people. But, like, some people, they're so stressed out with their lives or whatever reason they're not happy or whatever, Friday night's the thing for them, right? Or they're still sort of got that teenager mentality going on where that's still the thing that makes them whatever, right? But if you're, I don't know, it's weird. I think some people, they just get paralyzed with, well, this is the way it is, it's never going to get better, so why do anything to change it? Or what could I do to change it? Or maybe, I think the worst thing that some people could get, and I don't hear this too often, but you might hear it from time to time, is people that think it's like entitlement. You know, I've been doing this work for 5 years now, and I still don't have the job. I don't know. The world's a big place. There's a lot in it. I don't necessarily think the work you put in is 100% the work you get out of it all the time. There's timing. There's a whole bunch of things that are in there. Oh, the Broadway musical, Hamilton. I haven't seen a Broadway musical, so I'm not sure. I'm sorry. What is this song?
Everyone is slipping backward.
The drop. Oh.
I drank the water and it felt alright. I took a pill almost every night. In my mind, I was waiting for change.
Indoor desk weather. Yeah.
Now the world just stayed the same. Everybody's got a secret to hide. Everyone is slipping.
It's an interesting lyric. I like it. That whole concept, like literally everybody you meet's got a secret they're hiding. I like that. It's true, isn't it? Actually, probably a pretty good story, like little, to get ideas for some stories is finding out what all these little secrets are. Cause some of them could just be stupid, right? Like, I sneak peanut butter into bed every night, you know? Like, and someone could be like, I've killed people. What was the song before this one? Let me see here. Oh man, you guys want to see the music video for this song right now? Hold on. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Man, that is awesome. Like right now, this feels like an 80s movie or like an indie movie, right? Where this guy's off to do something, I'm just gonna say devious or something, right? Like he's driving Maybe go kill some. We'll just go with the easy stuff. He's going to kill somebody, or go drop a body off, or pick up some drug money or something. Or this is the moment in the story where the character's like, what am I doing, man? Like, I've got a body in the trunk, and I'm, doing this, and that's not the character I am. And this is just the driving spot. Oh my god. Great stuff, great stuff. The song before this one was FM Attack by Magic, featuring Christine. This is a good song. I'm gonna just switch it up here. You guys enjoy this one, it's a little more upbeat. Good old Laserhawk. So let me know if the audio gets a little out of whack. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit here. Hey Jordan. I might bring this into Photoshop too to put a texture on this instead of drawing it, save some time. good too. Yeah. I don't know what happened to Mega Man on Universe Online game, man. There's a lot of games that just disappear. Let's see, we got another like sorry. This was a good song. Not, sorry, it's 30 seconds of garbage here before we, before it comes back. That's what I was saying, like, when I first found this channel, it reminded me a lot of, like, Vice City from GTA. It's great stuff. Alright, so we got the building. It's pretty much done, right? Like, looks inked. We're gonna do the background after the bad guys are all done. But just gotta do this thing here for Donatello. So I think we're gonna take it in the Photoshop, like I said, just a little easier. Just a very simple image here. Sorry, sorry about that. Thanks, Carlos. Alright, where is this? Alright, let's find one to use. I think I just want just a generic brick, right? And we don't want windows and stuff. I don't know how crazy we're gonna get with the background. My idea was just to put like, yeah, see, I just went like something like that.
I guess I could have just done this in Manga Studio. It would have been quicker. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, okay, so we'll copy that. Let's see if this works. It's been a while. Nope. Oh, what the hell? There we go. It's a little hard to see sometimes. It's probably gonna just blow my computer up. Oh, listen to this! Holy shit. Oh, that's sick. That would be fucking awful. Holy shit, this song. Is this for real? I'm just gonna show you guys the image here, okay? For this song right now. Okay. Band name is Ogre, alright. Oh yeah, it's crashed. It's done it a few times. Only once or twice where I actually lost everything though. It's like, frig. Alright, let's see if this even looks decent or if I'm just wasting my time. Alright, we got some rectangles there. God, listen to this! Oh my god, this sounds so good. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. This is the jam. Listen to this. Are you kidding me right now? Fuck. It's a good song. Tell me you couldn't see like bad guys chasing down the good guys with this music. So good. Why did that go over there? Interesting. Holy hell, that's good. So multiply doesn't work. That's good to know. There we go. I'm sorry guys, that was hot. Yeah, we finished inking the Batman
Superman, Wonder Woman. Oh gosh. What is this one? This one sounds good too. Hitting the jackpot. We're gonna go from all layers there. Bap. That was a really long way of just getting some rectangles in here, eh? Jeez. Yes, sir. I am from Canada. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad. Okay, I'm sorry. Are you guys hearing this? Your sleep schedule. Stuff. Alright, good, we got some fans. Nothing like jamming out to background music, eh? Like Alright, so Donatello's leg is messed up here, so... Sorry, Donnie. We're going to amputate. This is the boss music. You just walked in the Haoshin Palace. Maybe not. Wow, we're getting like some mystical stuff here. Alright, yeah, can you guys see it? The hero has just shown up in the back of the restaurant where the mob boss is. And he takes out his mystical sword, nice and slow. The boss, he takes out the same sword, but the brother sword. And they're doing the stare down right now. Now it's going slow motion around them. Are you kidding me? Can you guys see this stuff playing in your head? Oh my god. Oh, they're about to clash. Whew! Listen to that. Oh man. Alright, you guys got to apologize. Give me some. My favorite turtle is Leonardo. 100%. You have to give me a second here, guys. I'm gonna turn it up for you guys because I don't think you guys get to appreciate this. I'm just gonna shut up for a little bit. You guys get to hear this, okay? It's gonna get loud.
Ignition.
Alright, I got one song left here. You guys are gonna love it. Love it. hits, they just keep coming. This song too. Oh, Star Force, Disruptive Crown. Sorry, just listen to this intro, and then we'll wrap this up here, okay? Okay. Enough of that business. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you all today. I will post, if you guys are following me on, I would recommend Facebook or, even, I don't recommend Google Plus. I don't understand Google Plus, but the artwork always ends up looking nicer on there. But even if you're on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, I'll be posting a picture here very shortly so you guys can kind of see how this turned out. See it in like a legit monitor here. It's not just through a stream screen. A stream screen? Sounds interesting. Anyway, thank you guys. Enjoy your weekend. I won't be streaming anymore today. Pretty much all my work's done. I consider this client. It's not, but it's print stuff, right? I'll be working on a little bit of Jessup King stuff. Nothing too crazy. And then tomorrow's I take off. So thank you. Appreciate it. I hope you guys, whatever you guys are working on today or this weekend, hope you kill it. And wish you all the best. So thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. And keep reading comics. Keep making comics. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.